Hello folks, I'm going to turn off this stream and restart, so bear with me. So today I'm drawing Flint, Michigan. I have yet to do a Flint cartoon. It seems like all the cartoonists want to draw the famous old Jim Crow image of the white and colored drinking fountains, which I've done probably 3 times for other occasions, so I skipped this one. But what can I say? It's what everybody else wanted to draw, what the editors wanted to print. So are we ready to go? Are we rolling? You guys watching? Got a dozen people on Twitch. I think we're ready to go. So here's the drawing paper. This is my rough sketch for today's cartoon. So it's going to be the Michigan elephant. Michigan being the big Republican Governor Rick Snyder, who appointed the terrible manager that destroyed the water supply in Flint, ignoring all the advice to do the right thing. So he's pooping. Other side of the wall comes out as drinking fountain for the little girl. That will be today's concept. And I think I'm going to be sitting here all afternoon drawing this one. So sit in for a long spell, relax, have a good time, party down. Hello, Out West Matt. You're the first comment today. Shame to see what's happened to my birthplace, Michigan, but not Flint. It is a shame. But the purpose of today's cartoon is to lay a bit more blame at the feet of the Republicans. Oh, I've got a nice follow from Fade Start Place. Why is my follow thing not showing up very nicely? Fade Star Plays. Thank you, Fade Star Plays. I do appreciate the follows. Hello, TizBeast111. Okay, I see my nice follow alert that I just added today because I'm still figuring out how to do things. Didn't quite work right. So that is frustrating. See if I can fix that. Nice to have you back, TizBeast. Okay. So this is the follow alert. Oh, that's not getting cropped. That looks okay. I think it's okay. A little bigger, see if that helps. TizBeast. Remind me who you are, TizBeast. Okay, so this is going to have to pay attention to where things are in this composition. So here's the wall between the bathroom and the little girl. The little girl's got the floor. The bathroom needs a bit of a raised foundation in order to show the plumbing under the foundation. Nice web. Thank you for following. That's very nice of you. I do appreciate the follows. I really do need follows. I'm just getting started at this, and as the only editorial cartoonist doing these live streams, I feel like I have some proof of concept kind of responsibility that falls on me. If I don't make it work, I think everyone else is going to look and say this doesn't work. So I feel like I need to make it work. If I was able to build a big audience on Twitch, I would encourage other cartoonists in my group and give them technical help to try to get online with the live streaming. But until I demonstrate that it's a success, I'm not going to get other people to come on board. Let's see, let's put this down. Here you can see the rough idea sketch. Remember you from last stream, Tis Beast, I'm sorry, I'm not that good at associating the screen names with the real people. So give me a pass on this one. Tell me what I should remember. But thank you for coming back. And thank you, Nice Web, for following me. I appreciate that. Okay, so this blank up, leave it up there. So we've got the elephant here. It needs to come down a little bit because you lean your head forward while you're pooping, I think. So head down like that, and hands folded over his elephant lap. Tend to give elephants skinny legs. Well, they have human bodies the way I draw them, huh? And let's have a toilet here. I'm getting low on this, aren't I? I think I'm running a little bit low on his toilet. Too much elephant to toilet ratio, perhaps. Okay. The elephant butt. Let's put that down into the floorboards here. Give him a floor with a little bit of a raised foundation. Oh, Arm Slammer, thank you for following. I do appreciate it. Arm Slammer. Is this elephant too big? Might be too big. Might need to raise this toilet bowl a little bit. Raise the tank a little bit. Still just laying it out. I'm gonna be here all afternoon, you know. So better you guys start chatting. Okay, let's get a pipe going down like this. I could have a rat under the floorboards, couldn't I? Maybe I should do that. Hey, 20 people watching on Twitch. Nice to see it starting to go up. You guys are not chatty. And hey, special thanks to Fade Star Plays, Nice Web, and Arm Slammer for following this morning. This afternoon, I guess this afternoon. Type Beast writes, hold on, so the elephant pee is going into the girl's cup. 'Tis Beast. Oh, you assume it's pee. Because it will be the color of Flint water. Okay. Maybe that needs to go a little higher. I think it does. I think the faucet needs to be a little bigger and a little higher. Little girl's cup. Maybe I'll have a rat over there. 8:12 p.m. in England, 'tis Beast. My goodness. Using my lousy paper that likes to tear with my hard pencil. Okay. Tis Beast writes, what time where you're at? I'm in the Pacific time zone in California. Santa Barbara, California, where it is 12:15 in the afternoon. Bright and sunny outside. 80 degrees today. 80 degrees today in Santa Barbara. Unusually warm. Tisbeast writes, what wow? What wow is 80 degrees? What wow? Beautiful day today. I have all the windows open. Man says, why hello there. Hey, man. Please follow my stream. Did you follow my stream, man? So you have a question. Can I please blep your old lip on your mouth? I don't know what you're talking about. So try not to be rude. 12 degrees in England. Yeah, but that's 12 degrees Celsius, and I have no idea what 12 degrees Celsius is. Maybe that's 80 degrees too. Celsius is such nonsense. That other arm, right? You know, I figure all this stuff out as I draw it. I don't have it figured out in advance. In case you were wondering. Okay, let's have her arm go back a little bit farther. It's a little more interesting, huh? Give her a little bit more forward lean. Alright, back to the elephant. Ah, Tisbeast, yes, your dad likes to draw as well. I do remember you. This wall could be a little bigger in this direction, I think. Why is no one talking? You know, I ask myself that question frequently. There's a batch of you watching, and you are not talking. So, if you want me to keep mumbling through this whole thing, gotta throw me some chat. all my years with the Muppets, my rats all kind of end up looking like Rizzo. Yeah, you're a chatterbox, tis beast. Out West Matt writes, sorry, on the phone with my mom in Michigan, describing the drawing as it happens. Ah, that's exciting. Well, what's happening in Michigan is that Rick Snyder and his Republican crew are doing their best to diffuse blame away from themselves and to being more of blame the White House, blame the EPA, blame the Obama administration. And it was the Snyder administration that made the Flint takeover happen and appointed the bad city manager, who also, I guess, went on to do a bad job taking over the bankrupt Detroit City Schools. And so I drawing this cartoon to point some more blame back at the Republicans. And so it's kind of in response to their now blame Obama. It wasn't our fault, when I would say it was pretty much their fault. Yep, Obama's fault too, but lay the blame where the blame falls closest to home. So that's why it is the Republican poopin'. Tisbeast writes, if you was a millionaire, what would you buy first? I would buy a gaming PC. I don't think you need to quite be a millionaire to reach your ambition there, Tisbeast. Tell you though, it'd be easier to do these live streams if I had a gaming PC instead of a Macintosh, I think. Tough to have a Mac when you try to do such PC oriented things as this streaming, which is so built around the gamers. And all the tools are so PC brained. It's been a struggle to me to make things work. I bought the wrong cameras. You know, cameras work on PCs and they don't work on Macs. So very few cameras will work streaming on a Mac. I learned all that the hard way, buying the wrong stuff. Out West Matt writes, the governor was kind enough to give people a discount on water they can't drink. Yeah, he looks like quite the bastard, doesn't he? You know, his legs are a little bit long. I'm going to pull him back. A leg here, and a leg here. I'm going to give him a little flower. What do you think of that? Does that make the toilet more pleasant? Little flower. All right. Wrinkles in the pants around his ankles. think I'm not happy with the elephant's eyes. He should have a little bit more pleasant expression, huh? Okay. Do I like his hands where they are? Next question. If they weren't there, have a little bit of lumpy belly there. Out West Matt writes, do you find it easier to draw animal caricatures or people? Oh, the animals are much easier. You don't have to get things right on animals. Whatever I draw looks fine. Animals are much more forgiving than people. So when I do drawings for books or at conventions and things, I typically will draw just donkeys and elephants because they're easy. They don't put me under any stress. I can draw them very quickly. Wonder if I should give her some crosshatch. Maybe I will. This is a silly cartoon. I can do silly stuff. Give her a bigger bow. Bow is funny. Okay, animal, elephant expression, and smile. Let's reconsider that. He's smiling because he's bad. Parks Lady, hey, thank you for following. I appreciate that, Parks Lady. I do need the followers, so tell your friends to follow. And thank you, Parks Lady. I could make his head bigger. I think he needs to be a little sillier. That's kind of silly. Parks Lady writes, no problem. I just enjoying the cartoons. Thank you, Parks Lady. I drew a live stream cartoon on Friday afternoon. And then I colored it yesterday. Those are the last two ones you can see in the stream. I'm going to finish the line art on this one this afternoon and color it. So I should be here all afternoon. Parks Lady says, I normally talk more, but I'm just watching. Okay. I do appreciate the chatting. Gives me something to think about. No, I'm not happy with those eyes. I suppose they work, but I'm not too happy with them. Neither am I happy with these folded hands. Let's see what I can do differently. Could put his hand down on his leg like you would normally do. Then I would get some more shirt and well, the elephant does look more satisfied now, LOL writes Parks Lady. Thank you, Parks Lady. That allows me to have a little bit more of the t-shirt going on, so I can move Michigan down just a little bit more. Which is a little better. Get a little bit more turn to the shirt. So thank you again for following, Parks Lady. So this cartoon will go out in the syndication flow this afternoon. Papers will see it for the first time tomorrow, Monday morning, which means that they can run it for the first time on Tuesday. Although I think Hillary Clinton is going to visit Flint, Michigan early in the week, which means that this is a cartoon that will likely run with some Flint, Michigan stories associated with Hillary's trip. They may hold it a couple days. All right, let's be happier with his eyes here, shall we? Elephant should be unconcerned. Doesn't think about where his poop goes when he poops. Isn't that true of most Republicans? They don't think of where their poop goes when they poop. So 4 new followers so far. That's great. Thank you, folks. Out West Matt writes, it trickles down. Oh, that's so true. Let's give him his other arm here. So he'll have a thumb over his thigh there. That looks right. Alright, what are the details going to look like on this wall? Is it just a little crosshatch stripe? And we've got some up lines on this wall and some horizontal lines on the floor. There's a bit of perspective going on in this cartoon. That mouth is funnier. Yeah, that's funnier. Okay, how's this looking? He's pooping. Am I showing the... Oh, thank you, Kibara. Thank you for following. I do appreciate that. Very nice of you to follow, Kibara. Okay. Arm is not quite right, is it? Maybe the arm needs an unnatural curve rather than an elbow. Sometimes a boneless, curvy arm works better. That's the boneless, curvy arm. Kibara writes, didn't know you had a stream set up. I've seen your cartoons all over the place. Well, that's great. Thank you, Kibara. Well, I am, to my knowledge, the only editorial cartoonist who is streaming. And I feel an obligation to my colleagues to try to make this work. Otherwise, I think they're probably not going to try streaming. So, help me with some followers. If I got a ton of followers, I would... Yeah, 5 new ones this morning. That's great. This afternoon. If I got a ton of followers, I would work at getting the other cartoonists in my group to stream, which is going to be difficult. Very difficult. Teach the old dogs new tricks. I've had a hard enough time getting this going. But it's fun. I like it. And I like the idea that I would be spending my time doing this drawing anyway. And so once I have all this set up and working, as long as I can force myself to talk constantly, mumble through the whole thing while I'm doing my work, then it shouldn't take me any longer than just doing the drawings anyway without doing them in a live stream. So it's like a win-win. But, oh... Beard Words writes, I love this concept, Daryl. Thank you, Beard Words. So, it does, I find, keep me from watching a lot of TV. I would have CNN and Fox News on all the time while I'm drawing. And I tend to think of new cartoon ideas while I'm watching Fox News and getting angry at Fox News. Fox News makes me angry, but I love Fox News, and Fox News is a good customer. You notice they run our cartoons on foxnews.com, so I don't want to complain too much about Fox News, because I kind of like Fox News, but they make me angry. When I'm angry, I draw better cartoons. At West Rat. Matt likes the rat. Okay. Jury was still out on the rat. Am I ready to start drawing the finish? I've been working on this for 40 minutes. Love-hate relationship, I see, writes Kibara. Yes, love-hate relationship with Fox News. Fox News is more entertaining. I like some of the personalities there. I like Shepard Smith. Shepard Smith pleases me. Seems like a nice guy. Okay. Where am I going to sign this? That's a puzzle. Big open space here, big open space here, but I can't sign it up there. signature needs to go at the bottom. The bottom is taken here. I could move this rat over here. If I do that, my signature could go down here. Beardwords writes, will there be stink lines, or is it too graphic for the papers? Where would you put stink lines? Stink lines from the cup to her nose? Actually, stink lines, you call stink lines a wafteroon. That's a good word to learn for today. Wafteroon. So typically with a wafteroon, you've got a pie. Give you a little cartoon lesson. And you've got someone's nose. And the wafteroon comes off of the pie and goes underneath the nose. That is a wafteroon. So, yes, a Mort Walkerism. So, you know, the Mort Walkerisms have been accepted. So if I had a wafteroon, it would have to go here under her nose. I don't think that's working. If I had a wafteroon coming off of his poop, I'm not sure where I would go with that. So I think I am wafteroonless on this drawing. Man, are you just being rude? Do I need to turn you off? Come on, be nice here. Okay, I'm gonna go to finish on this. Let's do that. I think I'm happy with where it sits. Okay, and I'm gonna sign it over here. Yes, new word, wafteroon. Okay. Grab this. All right. Let's get the paper. This is my drafting vellum that I use for my finishes. This is how I ink them, Kibara. That's what we're doing now. Where's my tape here? I think I may need to ban this man. Figure out how to do that since I'm new to everything. Yeah, vellum. It's nice vellum. Give me just a second here. Click on his name and ignore him. Is that what you do? Click on the name. And ignore him. Alright, let's see if that worked. Nope, didn't work. Well, I'm supposed to have a way in here to ban people, and my tech guy, Theo, had done this in the past, so it's not something I've done before, so give me a minute. Looking for where it might be that you do this. Trying to figure out how to ban somebody. Give me just a minute. Click on the name and click the banned option. The ban option. Ban user. Oh. Let's see if that worked. Okay. Ah! Now Man is banned from the room. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Took me a while to figure that out. I should get myself some mods. Yeah, I should. Although that was kind of easy to do now that I know how to do it. So thank you, folks. I appreciate your help and tolerance with that. Still doing things here for the first time. Alright, since I'm left-handed, I draw from right to left. So I'm not squishing my hand through everything. Just, he was being nasty. We need polite here. In response to Tisbeast. Okay. I think the toughest thing to draw about her and get it right is this little bow. So I'll start with the bow. I'll draw her around her bow. She has her ponytail puff. Yeah, and a bot. You're right. I have to learn more about this stuff. This is Sunday, so my tech guy Theo, who would be on here jumping around doing this stuff for me, doesn't work on the weekends, which is not unreasonable. Oh, Aaron and Oversea Productions. Thank you, folks, for following me. I really appreciate that. Boy, it's easy to ban people. I should have discovered that before. You know, it doesn't seem that people here are banned because they disagree with my politics, which is what I would expect from my email. People angry with me. They just ban them because they all want to talk dirty. A different audience than I am used to as a political cartoonist. I do get lots of people hating me. For example, the Republicans who won't like this cartoon because they blame Flint on Obama. Furkanaren 2003, thank you. And Overseas Productions, thank you. I do appreciate the follows. She's looking cute. Okay. Overseas Productions writes, haha, I don't mind, but it's sort of funny that almost every streamer I follow somehow adds an S in the end of my name. It's just oversea and not overseas. All right, but it is productions and not production. So only one C that you're over, but multiple productions. Yeah, you guys are getting much chattier. That's good. Chatty is good. Bear Edwards, nice to see you here. Please follow me. I do appreciate the follows. If I'm going to make this work, I've got to get a lot more follows. It's interesting from the chat on the earlier streams. People really expect me to draw much faster. And I think I draw plenty fast. I think it's just that people expect you to cartoonists to draw really quickly and effortlessly without thinking that it's takes a bunch of thought and time, and it should take thought and time. Little Lady writes, how many streams have you done before? I've done probably about 10 cartoons. The streams get to be kind of long, so I may break them up into doing the rough sketch if the rough sketch takes a long time, as it does if I've got a bunch of caricatures. And then I'll do a separate stream to do the color, because the color usually takes me an hour and a half, depending on the cartoon. Out West Matt. Out West Matt! Seeing you here the first time, you need to follow. Yep. I don't think it takes me long to draw a cartoon. I always finish a cartoon in a day. Usually in an afternoon. One thing I notice in the unsolicited submissions, the student work, the aspiring cartoonist stuff that they send me, they tend to not spend much time on their cartoons. And you would think a student would be the one to spend a whole lot of time on their cartoons, but no, they start from the other direction. They spend very little time, and they learn to spend more time if they're serious about it. Kind of counterintuitive. When I started off spending too much time and had to train myself to get more efficient. The opposite of what most people do. Most people start off fast and sloppy. Ibara writes, do you keep a sketchbook with your ideas and then sketch them in final form? I tend to draw them messy on a napkin and transfer them to sticky notes. As you can see, this is my sketch for this cartoon on the sticky note. Little Lady writes, I'm an aspiring cartoonist in my school's paper. What medium do you use to color your cartoons? I use Photoshop. And you can watch me color this cartoon this afternoon when I'm finished with the line art. So I should be here all afternoon until I'm done with it. Also, you can look back at my past cartoons. The cartoon I colored yesterday is a good one for showing you how to color a cartoon. The one with the tongues tied, Cruz, Rubio, and Donald Trump with their tongues wagging. Debate cartoon. Nice video on coloring that one. Oh, thank you, Kibara, for the kind words. I spend more time coloring the cartoons than people think I do, too. Out West Matt writes, I learned more about coloring in Photoshop from your donkey cartoon than 3 different books I read. What donkey cartoon was that? I'm not sure I remember that one. Is that one that I live streamed the Photoshop? It's interesting to see what a different audience I get here on Twitch than what the typical audience I hear from is. Because typically I'm hearing from people who find the cartoons by topic or are used to going to Cagle.com and just reading a bunch of cartoons because they like to read a bunch of cartoons. Or I'll get angry email from people who saw cartoons in newspapers. And these people are much more concerned with the politics and arguing about politics. Oh, the Wall Street Bull. That's what you were thinking of as in the donkey cartoon? I colored the Wall Street Bull. Yeah, that was a good how-to demonstration. Anyway, the aspiring cartoonist in the how-to aspect of the creative area on Twitch is very different for me. I'm not used to getting how-to kind of comments or how-to kind of audience. I'm used to people saying, you bastard liberal, you'll destroy our country with your bleeding heart. The bull. Yes, the bull was a good coloring demonstration. I think they've taken that one down from Twitch, but the Twitch doesn't leave the videos up very long. Leave them up for maybe 3 weeks. And I also put them over on YouTube. YouTube, where no one is watching. But 44 people are watching on Twitch, so that's nice. Yeah, YouTube is better for archiving these because they don't get rid of them after 3 weeks. So if you want to look back on all of them, go find me on YouTube. I think it's youtube.com/ Daryl Cagle. But Twitch, I think, is the place to build an audience. Hello, Funky Monkey. Nice to see you here again. I notice more people watching now. Maybe they gave me a better spot on the list on Twitch. Well, that's good, because I'm going to be here for quite a while. Please, please, please do follow. I need more followers. All of you folks that are watching now, please be so kind as to follow. Okay. I was on the Telecaster when you came in. What is the Telecaster? Is that the lead spot? Did they give me the lead spot? The Telecaster? Tell me, Kibara. Telecaster. Suppose I could look at that. Give me just a second. I have my laptop here working on the right of me. Oh, there's a big live stream on the creative page that showcases 5 to 6 people at once. Oh, so I'm up there with 5 or 6 people? That's great. Yeah, I have the laptop running at the same time because if I run too much stuff on my Mac here, OBS likes to quit, which can be frustrating. Oh, here I am at the top of the creative stream. That's so nice. I need to retitle this, don't I? My goodness. That lets me know what I need to do. Let's go to my thing here and retitle this, because I'm going to be sitting here drawing this for quite some time, and I think I'll need to get this stream in condition. So give me just a second while I fix this. And thank you, Twitch people, for putting me up at the top of the stream. Okay, just a second while I fix. And edit. Okay. Okay. Her thumb is in back. Yes, her thumb is on the other side of her hand. You want her thumb to be out? Okay, There, I think I've got that done. One of the things I'm supposed to do, yeah, I can give her a thumb if you want. Does not having a thumb bother you? I don't know that it's better with a thumb. I'm going to take the thumb off. There. Perspective on that's wrong, but it's kind of funny. I'll leave it for now. Yeah, I think her thumb is like this, you know, behind the hand. So what's going to happen with this when I'm done is I'm going to, which is probably not going to be for another hour at least with the line art, I'm going to scan it and then come back in another stream and color it. So I'll be off for about 10-15 minutes while I scan. But that's not for at least, I think, maybe an hour and a half while I finish this. Ah, my coffee's done. All right, the wall. Let's move the wall back just a skosh. Thin walls. Doing some wall texture here. Little sense of the wall going in this direction with the vertical lines. This is not a realistic depiction of what the inside of a wall looks like, but will do for the cartoon because I don't want to draw a big, complicated, thick wall. Video's choppy. I just turned off my Twitch window, so let's see if that fixes the choppiness. Let me know. Thanks for letting me know that, Theo. Nice to see you here, Theo. Hey, I banned a couple of people by myself for the first time this morning, this afternoon. Theo is my tech guy who's been giving me my Twitch lessons. Better now. You know what? Why it's better now? I closed that Twitch window because I can't have a streaming window looking at myself while I'm doing this. Proximity writes, why did I draw that? Tell me more about that, Proximity. Do you mean what I'm drawing in particular, or why I'm drawing the whole concept of today's cartoon? I suppose I should go back over that. The purpose of today's cartoon is to illustrate the situation with the bad water in Flint, Michigan, and to ascribe responsibility for that bad water to the Republican governor of Michigan, Rick Snyder, who appointed the bad administrator for bankrupt Flint, who ignored the warnings about the bad water and went forward and screwed him over. Because why is this cartoon significant politically? It's because the governor and the Republican leaders in Flint are trying to blame the debacle on the Obama administration, and I would like to see the blame laid plainly on the pooping elephant. So the cartoon is partisan. It is a liberal cartoon. It is one that you may choose to disagree with if you're a Rick Snyder supporting Republican. And it's hot in the news because we'll soon have Hillary. Hey Theo, can you change the Nightbot? It says Daryl Cagle, the largest nationally syndicated editorial cartoonist. I'm actually the most widely syndicated editorial cartoonist, and it's around the world rather than just nationally. But largest seems to refer to my belly rather than the size of my newspaper list. It used to be that editorial cartoonists, when they got together, they would brag about the sizes of their newspaper lists. Although that seems to have died off. Hello, little lady. Nice to see you here. Folks, please do follow. I appreciate your following. I need new follows. Oh, 2 new follows. Cash Override and the Grumpo. Thank you so much. Oh, and the Alert Blog. Thank you, the Alert Blog. I appreciate that. The kind words. Please do follow me, the Alert Blog. I'm hurting for follows. 10 people following today so far, though. That's great. And it's fun to have 69 people watching. So thank you so much. Yeah, I look over here to the right. It's because I have my laptop running to my right. Because I'm not able to stream and see anything about Twitch going on my regular computer. Otherwise it slows down and gets choppy, as you just saw when I opened a Twitch window. And hopefully it's not choppy right now. So you get the idea for this cartoon. It has some political importance. It makes a bit of a point. The point is blame the Republican. Show his indifference to the harm that he's causing to the little girl. Because throughout the process of this, there was a bit of depraved indifference going on, I think. And now that everyone recognizes the problem, I want to make sure the blame is appropriately placed. So it is a liberal cartoon, it is a Republican bashing cartoon, and that's the point. Drawn as Hillary is about to visit Flint. Yeah, Theo, I haven't quite gotten to the point in my learning curve that I have made any changes to Nightbot. So I think Nightbot is my next thing to learn. Also, next thing to learn is hosting someone else's stream, because that seems like such a nice, polite thing to do that I would love for other people to do for me, and I haven't figured out how to do it yet. Because I'm still new at this. But you notice that these streams get a little bit better each time as I pick up some more Twitch skills. It's It's a lot to learn. So thank you for being around today, Theo. No streaming tomorrow because the darn stinking electric company is turning off the power tomorrow to do work in the neighborhood, which puts me out of business. It's like an enforced day off. Oh, the Eli Art blog has followed. Thank you very much, Eli Art blog. Funky Monkey writes, to host a channel, you type /host channel name in your own chat, and it hosts them. To stop hosting them, type unhost in your chat. Oh, that's nice. That is kind of simple. What would be... I should cartoon on the California gas leak. That's a local cartoon, Theo. I tell you, one of the problems that I have is I have like 850 newspapers that subscribe to my cartoons. They're all over the world, and I pretty much just draw what I want. I throw it out there, and the subscribing editors run things or don't run things as they please. Well, if I draw local cartoons, you know, I live in both California and Nashville, Tennessee. Sometimes I'll draw Tennessee cartoons. I've got 24 newspapers in Tennessee that subscribe to my cartoon feed. Well, there's about more than 40 cartoons. Oh, national disaster. That's interesting. So I love drawing local cartoons. I've drawn some local Tennessee ones. But, you know, 850 cartoons, I've got to woo them to draw the cartoon every day. When I draw local cartoons that only 24 papers are even going to consider, and granted, it's a bit bigger number for California, but same concept, then it's like the cartoon is... no good for most of those editors. They look at it and just go, "Pih! Local cartoon. Bear Edwards in Nashville too. Very good." Actually, I'm in California right now because it's cold in Nashville. It's 80 degrees here in Santa Barbara today. But I'll come back to Nashville in the spring. My wife is a college teacher at Vanderbilt, so I need to get out there. I like Nashville. Thank you, Kibara. Nice to be that lead stream. That's great fun. Little Lady from California. It's a small world, Little Lady. Anyway, sometimes I do the local cartoons. Sometimes I'll draw California cartoons, but and I guess Flint, Michigan's a local cartoon that rose to being national too. Cash Override writes, not sure how to word this, but it's really cool to watch. Classic newspaper comic style. Oh, very good. Oversea Productions writes, it's about 44 degrees where I live in Sweden, and it's sort of hot here for the season. Yeah, I think of Sweden as a frigid place. Lots of nice cartoonists in Sweden. That floorboard wants to come up a little bit, doesn't it? But it can't because I have to be consistent with the wall. Love Story 3. So you're telling me you know how to draw? Well, I do take on the conceit of claiming to know how to draw just by doing these videos, but you can claim that I don't if you don't like what I'm drawing. It's one thing I find from people that object to the cartoons, angry conservatives typically, because they tend to be angrier. They like to criticize my drawings, say I can't draw. The nature of what I do. Sweden's got a lot of good artists and specialty in music. Yeah, I heard a interesting radio report about how many pop songs are written in Sweden, and people don't realize that. We have a excellent Swedish cartoonist in our Cagle.com site, Reber Hansen. Yeah, Sweden is strong in cartoonists. Very good creative country. I think you have good public schools for teaching creative things, something that we should have in America and do not, because art gets canceled when they try to do budget cutbacks. It's at the top of the list of things to cancel. Cash Override writes, Abba. Cash Override, did you follow me? I need follows. Oh, we have some nice follows. We've got Love 3 Story, SRX Elite, and K Mariex, and Molo Diraz, and Miles Per Gallon. Oh, thank you, folks. I appreciate all these follows. This is really very nice. Okay. Back to thinking about what the basement crawl space looks like here. Cash Override. Oh, you did. Well, thank you. As the only editorial cartoonist doing the live streaming, I feel obligation to try to prove the concept. Otherwise, I suspect no other editorial cartoonists are going to give it a try, because it's kind of hard to do. I've had some learning curve, but once I've got it set up and working, it's quite a bit of fun. I appreciate having the audience in the conversation at what is usually quite a quiet, solitary job. Being a cartoonist sitting at home working. So 88 people watching on Twitch. That's very nice. Oh, Hyper, thank you for following. I do appreciate that. Okay. Rat. This one is actually much easier for me to draw than the other ones that I've been drawing recently that have all of those caricatures in them, which take me so much time to get right and futzing back and forth. Without any caricatures, it goes pretty easily. Funky Monkey writes, sounds like you press quite hard with the pencils. How do they last so long? Well, look, this is my pencil. It's 4H. It's a hard pencil. Most people use number 2 pencils. That's a 3 pencil. Yeah, these are really soft to me. This one's harder. Anyway, the point with drawing with a pencil for me is to have the freedom of drawing with the pencil, a little bit looser feeling of the pencil as opposed to ink, but at the same time to come up with an end product that looks like I inked it, because there's an expectation that a cartoon's going to be inked, you know. There's a expectation of look. And in the newspaper, if you have an inked kind of look, a hard line look, the printing is just so bad in newspapers. You got to design for the worst possible printing. And what can I say? I like for it to look like I draw in ink. I like to fool people into thinking I draw in ink, but I have no secrets when I stream. You get to see every little detail of what I do. Boy, I got the perspective wrong on the toilet base, didn't I? Looking at one side and not at the other. That way. So someone was asking, what do I do with my cartoons? I'll draw. How do I come up with the cartoons? What do I deal with? I will come up with an idea here and there, draw it right on a scrap of paper, stick it in my wallet or something. T. Guile writes, I think it's really great that people can share their hobbies, jobs like this. Big up to you, dude, and cheers to the internet. Well, thank you, T. Guile. Be sure that you follow me. I need the follows. Anyway, so this is my rough sketch for today's cartoon on a post-it note. And that's basically what you see me drawing. Some other ideas that I've got taped to the board. Here's here's the scared elephant in bed, and the monsters under the bed are Cruz and Trump. Thinking of drawing that. Here's the Republican elephant just all cracking up, lots of cracks. Thank you, T. Guile. Here is Cruz the dog, and he's laying down the poop that Trump and Rubio are stepping in and saying, oh! And then here's, here I thought I'd draw all the candidates laying poop that the Republican elephant's stepping in, more complex. I usually have like a half a dozen ideas that made their way from napkin at breakfast to post-it note on my computer. Those are like 6 today. And this is the one that made it to being drawn. And I don't know if I'm going to draw any of those other 5, but if I was drawing for a newspaper again and I had to draw a cartoon every day, then one of those 5 would make the cut every day. And in general, my cartoons would not be quite as good, because some days I'd draw something where if I didn't have to draw, I wouldn't have drawn that lousy cartoon that was not quite good enough to draw. Anyway, there's always a batch. There's always something to draw. And if you have to meet a deadline, you just draw whatever's the best thing you got. I'm in an odd situation to not have those deadlines, since I'm the guy that owns the syndicate. So I draw just for syndication. I don't have a paper. I used to draw for Slate and MSNBC.com, but the same situation there. Since I didn't have a paper and didn't really have a daily hole to fill. But when I did work for a paper, I used to work for the daily paper in Honolulu, I had to draw whatever the big story was that day. And sometimes the big story is, oh, there's a rainstorm and it's really rainy and wet. Or there's a crime victim and that's so sad. And what happened to this nice blonde girl that was kidnapped in Aruba? Let's follow her every day for 2 months. And I don't like to draw celebrity obituaries. I don't like to draw the weather. I don't like to draw crime, because I don't have anything worthwhile to say about those things. With Michigan water, I can blame the Republicans. But with crime, there's no political point to make, really. Crime is bad. This guy was bad. That doesn't interest me. So I love not having a deadline. And I draw fewer cartoons since I don't have a deadline, but you don't see me drawing much about the weather, and that's good. So Theo, at the end of the day when I finish this, let me ask you to pick a good cartoonist on Twitch. We'll host their feed. But I'm going to color this afternoon. I think I'm going to be here until 5:30. Just takes a long time to draw junk. Alright, the rat needs to be smaller, doesn't he? In order to make him look like he's really living down in that crawl space. So let's do that. See how this lack of commitment by having Oh, Theo, I'm still the largest nationally syndicated editorial cartoonist. I need to be the most widely syndicated cartoonist. Okay, let's try that. Give the rat a try. Let's make him a little smaller. Again, it's just natural for me to draw things that look like Muppets. Having spent so many years working for the Muppets, it's what naturally comes out of my hand. I fall asleep and I see pigs and frogs. So the rat naturally comes out looking like Rizzo. Oh, we have some more followers. Asampi and Coupon Nutmogs. Thank you very much for following. And T. Guile. Thank you again. I do appreciate all these follows. Oh, Theo's giving me suggestions on people who I should host. Theo, those are all nice suggestions. Why don't you post those in real chat? We get some comments. I like the idea of hosting other people's streams. It's a nice, polite thing to do. Part of my learning my Twitch culture. Thank you, Theo. And thank you again, everyone you're watching. 81 people, that's nice. Please feel free to chat. TizBeast111 writes, who's Theo? Theo is PSI Matrix, who just chatted, and he is my web guru. He makes everything technical work on Cagle.com, DarylCagle.com, PoliticalCartoons.com, CagleCartoons.com. And he's been giving me Twitch lessons. And he is on here right now as a moderator on his Sunday day off. So thank you for showing up, Theo. I depend on Theo to make everything work. Yes, Theo is the moderator today. Although, Theo, note that I banned 2 people already this morning, all by myself. Psi Matrix instead of your actual name. All right, Theo. I will not say Theo. I'll say Psi Matrix. Gunsmith Jim writes, after this, can you draw a dog running away from a cat, but the dog is jumping high so you can see the cat on the floor, but the dog is like higher so you can tell he's jumping high, if you get what I mean. All right. That's, well, I say all right. No, I'm not going to draw that. It's ridiculous. Come on, I'm a political cartoonist. What's a political point that I got to make with a cartoon? There's a cartoonist in Tunisia. Her name is Willis, and she draws cats as the characters in all of her cartoons. Only cats. And, you know, the way to get people to like something on the internet is to have a cute kitty. The internet is all about cute kitties. I can have cheeseburger. Kitties are what the internet is all about. So the idea of an editorial cartoonist choosing to draw only kitties, I think, is just genius. I don't have quite the nerve to do that, but it's a business plan, huh? All kitties all the time? David Cameron and Vladimir Putin cartoon? I've drawn lots of Vladimir Putin. You want to see my past cartoons? Go to darylcagle.com. You can type in Putin, and it will come up with a long list of cartoons. But Putin isn't the top story today. You know, I've got to draw whatever it is they're talking about that day, or the editors don't want it. They're not quite talking about Putin today. There's a limit on the things I can draw. It has to be what the talking heads are talking about on CNN or Fox News. Otherwise, cartoon just isn't going to get the ink. You know, I can say whatever I want. I've got freedom of speech, but unless you say what people want to buy, you know, I got to coax editors to get my paper and my cartoon in the paper each day. Gunsmith Jim. You know, if you look at my archive, you're going to see a whole lot of cat and dog cartoons. I love to draw dog metaphors. I do a whole lot of peeing and pooping dogs. It's not like I haven't been there before. Peeing and pooping dogs are my stable. It's my go-to stuff. Dog metaphors. I draw Putin. I don't know if I've drawn Putin as a dog. I've certainly drawn Obama and George W. Bush as dogs. T. Guile writes, if I had to draw a politician as a cute cat, who would it be? I don't know. I haven't thought that one through, T. Guile. I drew George W. Bush. Remember when they threw shoe at him in Iran? And for a while we had all these shoe cartoons. I drew him as a as a caterwauling cat on top of a wall with a gazillion shoes being thrown at him to shut up. I think that was the only time I drew him as a cat. That was a challenging cartoon to draw because I had to draw a friggin' 100 shoes. The Banhammer. Oh, Funky Monkey. Which cartoon am I most proud of and why? I'll have to think about that. I did a local Nashville cartoon about a developer that wanted to build 38 houses on a lot next to my house. And I actually drew a series of local cartoons. Got me drawing local cartoons for the local Nashville scene last summer. And that's the Alti Weekly newspaper in Nashville. And I was able to make a stink, and all the neighbors put the cartoon on lawn signs on their lawns to protest this development. And with all these cartoons in the paper bashing the developer, who was a former city councilman using his connections to make a new business getting outrageous projects approved, we got to get him to withdraw the project, bring it down to I think 9 houses instead of 38, which met with zoning. So sometimes, particularly local cartoons, can make a difference. Those cartoons pleased me because it's a friggin' 38 houses being right next to my house in Nashville. Very often, cartoons don't do anything that you can see, because they're national and you're just spitting into the wind of the public debate. Oh, thank you, Dalrog, for following, and Syndrome Down, thank you for following as well, and Sanpi, thank you. I do appreciate it. It's very nice. 22 people followed today so far. That's great. Let's see. Do we need this light on? Is it better without? You like that better? Makes my face a little better. I've got a little bit of chroma key coming through my beard. Let me fix that. There, that's fixed. Okay, is this better with a little bit of darker? You're not quite getting the shine on the pencil that I would expect. Keep the light on. Too many shadows on the surface, writes Theo. Okay. Light's back on. Thank you again for signing up, Dalrog, for my following. It's funny, some things that I draw take up a part of my brain that I need to talk. Oh, I'm losing Psi Matrix. Thank you, Theo, for coming by. Come pop back in. I'll be here for a long time. I appreciate your moderation. I'm not going to be around tomorrow, Theo, because my power is off. So no cartoon tomorrow. I'm a slave to the Southern California Edison. Lito Leggy, looking at your cartoon, looks very nice. Oh, those darn millennials, they just have no social conscience, do they? Is that for your school newspaper? Little lady? Funky Monkey just sent me a link in chat. Lots of airplanes. Is this your photography? You do airplane photography, Funky Monkey? Well, it looks very ambitious. Now, it looks like you've always got your feet firmly on the ground there. Yeah, very nice. Oh, Dennis PPP, thank you very much for following. I do appreciate it. I need the follows. It is my plan to keep drawing all of my regular editorial cartoons as Twitch streams. And pretty soon I'm going to commit to a schedule. I know I need to do that. That's a big lifestyle change that I have to suffer. But I see that it's necessary. Oh, well, thank you for the kind and colorful compliment, RobX78. Please do follow me. This is laying blame for the Flint crisis on the stinking Republican administration in Michigan. And it's a political cartoon because the Michigan Republicans who installed the lousy city administrator who made the wrong decisions that caused all the trouble in Flint, they are trying to push the blame off on to the EPA and the Obama administration, which is perhaps not blameless in all this matter, but I want to lay the blame at the feet of the Republicans. So, thank you, Rob X. I do appreciate your follow. And Kutek Bids has followed. Thank you very much, Kutek Bids. I appreciate that. All right, let's see if I can make these eyes a little bit better. Is that better? A little bit better. What I'm looking for is nonchalant, depraved indifference. There, does that look nonchalant and depraved? A little bit. I like the asymmetry going on with his eyes. Okay. Thank you again for the kind words, Robex78. Ah, Funky Monkey. You know, usually I get complaints that I draw much more slowly than people think I would or should. So you're right that I make more progress more quickly. That is not the typical comment that I get. Typical comment is, it takes so long. How long have you been drawing this? You've been drawing for 2 hours already. So we've got 55 people watching on Twitch. That's nice. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. Most of you are really quite silent, so please come in and say something. I would appreciate it. I like having people to chat with. It makes my solitary drawing job into something social, which is really quite a change for me. You know, most of my career, sit and draw quietly and don't see other people much. Oh, Theo, I'm not the widest syndicated cartoonist. I'm the most widely syndicated cartoonist. I can think of a couple of cartoonists that are a little wider than me. Relaxing, Peter Bulk. Hey, did you follow me, Peter Bulk? Please, please. who take buds want to talk with me but don't know English much. Don't worry about it. I won't correct your English. Oops, sorry about that. Bumped the microphone. I know that's very loud to you. I don't have the sound turned on here, so I don't quite know what it is you hear. I presume it's okay. Thank you, Peter Kvolk. Oh, and you just followed. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That should make a little chime when you follow like that, although I don't hear it, so I presume it's chiming. He needs some pimples on his butt, doesn't he? He wouldn't be a Republican without pimples on his butt. Well, I was going to leave a space down here to sign my name, wasn't I? Entirely forgot about that. Otherwise, I don't have a good place to put it. Thank you for coming by, Bear Edwards. I appreciate it. Come back soon. Oh, and Barata Toxica. You just followed. Thank you so much, Barata. Where are you at, who take buds, that you would be going to school on a Sunday afternoon? Barata Toxica writes, this cartoon style just makes me reminded of the ones I watched when I was a kid. Well, good. I think. The elephant versus the little ant. Not really familiar with that, Barata. Actually, a belt buckle is not going to have a piece of belt sticking out the end of it, is it? It's just going to have a buckle. Doing a shoe here. Is this just a pencil or special for drawing? This is just a pencil. It is a 4H Mars Lumograph pencil. See that on the other side. Just a pencil. People seem to struggle to accept that I draw with a 4H hard pencil. But that is what I do. I do not draw with a soft pencil. I draw very hard with a hard pencil. Nope, not 4B, 4H. Barata Toxica. How do I get so dark with it? I just have a heavy hand, and I use drafting vellum, which has a little bit of tooth. If I drew with softer pencil, it would make a smeary mess, and it would not look better. Yes, soft pencil would be a big smeary mess. Talon Baba and Leonis Das has followed. Thank you very much, Talon and Leonid. I appreciate that. Peter Bilk, thank you for the kind words. I'm getting close to being finished here. When that happens, I'm going to take a 15-minute scanning break. And come back and color it. Funky Monkey writes, how has your day been? It's a nice day. 80 degrees outside. A little bit of Republican bashing on the cartoon drawing board. Life is what it should be. So thank you again, Talon, Baba, and Leonid. I appreciate your follows. I do need more follows. So thank you for that. Could use a little bit more hatch on this side of the toilet bowl. Just about done here. Okay. So the next question is, am I done? I can fit a politicalcartoons.com plug in here somewhere. Or should I do that? Put it under her. DarylCagle.com and politicalcartoons.com. I've taken to signing my name on my cartoons as DarylCagle.com instead of Daryl Cagle because it gets an extra URL in there, and I think the editors are a bit intolerant of too much advertising in my cartoons. So, excuse me. Is that better? Let's see. All right. Now, let me look at this over and see if I am absolutely done. Excuse me. Too Senseless. Nice to see you back, Too Senseless. I'm just about to take a 15-minute break and then come right back and do the color, which is going to take more than an hour, I think. Okay. Hey, again, thank you folks for following. Martin Rogier and Dessel. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Okay, I'm going to go offline for... Does she need another swing of her ribbon up here? Is that better? I think it is. Too Senseless writes, oh nice, you got the follow alert up. You should animate one of your cartoons for the alert. Yes, I put the follow alert up. Animate one of my cartoons for it. I've got a list of things to do. All right. I'm going to take 15 minutes here, folks. 15-minute break where I will scan this thing while you're gone. Then I will come back and you'll watch me in Photoshop. Now, I hope you'll stick around. In Photoshop, I will be coloring this puppy. So thank you very much, and I will be back in 15. So please don't leave. I will be right back. Hello, folks. Okay, I'm just about ready to get started, so I'm going to stop this stream and start a new stream for the coloring part of this session. So please rejoin me as I welcome everyone back. Thank you for coming back. And we'll get rolling on this. There we go. Oh, and Dave FTW, thank you so much for following, as well as Archibald Bumbersnatch. I appreciate it. You guys are great. I need the follows. Oh, we've still got a bunch of people watching. So good. Didn't lose most people, I think. Can't quite tell. Okay. Anyway, Dave, thank you for following. I appreciate the kind words, Dave. All right, so here it is. I just scanned it on my little scanner, and I pieced the pieces together because I've got too small a scanner for the big size that I draw. That drawing I just did was 14 by 17 inches. And let me grab my Wacom tablet here. So it took like 3 pieces from the... Oh, thank you, Ginger and Juice. Thank you for following. Took 3 pieces to get it to work. So thank you so much, Flint, folks, and thank you for hanging around. I have Barata asked what kind of Wacom tablet I use. I have the 22-inch one. It's the light one, not the big, heavy one. I have the big, heavy one in Tennessee. This is my California Wacom tablet, and I must say I prefer this one to the big, heavy one. I don't have the new one that looks for the difference between your hand and your stylus. I think I would just turn the hand detection off if I had that. And even though I draw with a pencil, I would be lost without the Wacom tablet, because I do all of this color stuff and cleanup on the Wacom tablet. What I'm doing now is cleaning up the hickeys. And I find that even if I were to draw in pen, I have just as many hickeys to clean up as when I draw in pencil. So it's not really a savings, even though you think the drawing would be cleaner. Perhaps it is, but then you get your rough sketch stuff on there showing through. I also come through and clean up little bits of the drawings that I should have done a little more elegantly when I do the cleanup. So am I happy with the gimpy eye? That's a question. Not sure I'm happy with it or not. Maybe that's a little better. Dave FTW, I just got the XP Pen Artist 22 HD tablet, and it's been really good. Very comparable to Wacom. Okay. Well, I do live in a Macintosh world here, so I don't have quite all of the PC kind of choices available. I have checked out that new iPad Pro with the Apple Pencil, and I prefer my Wacom. Ginger and Juice, thank you for following. I do appreciate it. So what I'm going to do now is just going to be housekeeping, and I'm going to be doing this for a little while until I'm happy with fixing up all the little mistakes and getting rid of all the little bits of crud. This is housekeeping that very often cartoonists in my group do not do. Excuse me. Sorry for that noise. Moving the microphone down. Actually, oh, sorry. I know that's loud, and I'm not hearing the sound. You getting stream buffer problems? It's looking to me on my end like the stream is okay. Unable to adjust quality settings on here. He has to unlock that. Quality settings? You mean like the resolution from HD to less than HD? Is that something that I need to unlock on my end? I'm not familiar with that. But I can tell you on my laptop that I have running right next to me, I'm not seeing any buffering, and it looks like it's running pretty cleanly. So, Dave, does that mean I don't have a choice to change the settings? I have to be more popular? Do I have to be a Twitch partner or something? I have a window open here on my laptop next to me in Twitch, and it looks just fine. Yeah, I think it is at 2,000. Dave. So, are you having trouble there, Dave? Is it buffering for you? Guess I could change a setting. Let me take a look. Dave doesn't have problems. Yeah, looking good to me too. I'm not sure what to tell you. Thank you, Peter C. Block. Oh, and B. Gold. Thank you so much for following. I do appreciate that. Oops. So this housekeeping stuff does take a while. And not all of it is housekeeping. Some of it is making the drawing a little more right than it was the first time. Dave asked, do I ever stream with music? No, I've decided not to do music because I'm not a music kind of guy. In the days before Twitch, which is pretty recently, I would not play music for myself. I would have CNN and Fox News and the talking heads talking all the time, which was nice because sometimes I'd get ideas for that, and it just helps me to have a little better view of the world to listen to the pundits. But I'm missing my pundits now while I work because I stream. And no, I don't want music. When I listen to these streams, Twitch Creative, I like hearing the person talk. And I like getting a sense of the interaction. A lot of people will sit very quietly for hours on end just doing their regular work with their music playing. I notice all these little apps show people what song you're listening to on Spotify. Who's Hattanen? Thank you so much for following. I appreciate it. And Doc Marty. So, thank you. I'm getting some more follows now. Thank you, folks. So what I'm doing now is house cleaning. Cleaning up the little bits of crud, the little places where my drawing isn't quite as elegant as it should have been. When I'm done with this house cleaning, I will start coloring. But it's good to spend some time on the house cleaning. Make sure things are right. Peter Blake, did you select on the top bar and then color range to get rid of the little black dirt? You can pick exactly the range within a color. Well, yeah, I went through a few settings on set the contrast and switched it to being 100% black after I bumped up the contrast a few times with an eye to cleaning out the muck. But I don't want to clean it out too much because I don't want to lose the quality of the lighter lines. So I'm going to beef it up a little bit. So it's a matter of compromise. If I clean it up very forcefully with those settings, then I lose the lighter pencil lines. So better to deal with a little bit of muck and keep the line quality true to what I drew. It's not bad. You notice a lot of things I'm cleaning up are things that I actually did, that I can't blame on the world. So thank you folks for the follows. I do appreciate it. I know you're watching a bunch of what could be considered tedious housekeeping. This is necessary stuff. Some cartoonists do their cartoons really dirty, and they don't do their house cleaning, and that annoys me a bit. They should have a bit more concern for the reader, who should not have to look at a bunch of little crummy hickeys. Blow up some cartoonist cartoons and look at all the hickeys in there that they didn't deal with. Some pretty darn messy ones. But I'm pretty good about the housekeeping. Let's give her a little bit of bumps up into her hair there. That's a little better. What I would like to find in Photoshop is a filter that would take out everything that's a single pixel. That would get rid of some of this muck that I wouldn't have to deal with. Because I don't think anything I ever draw with my pencil is going to result in a single pixel. There's a filter like that somebody knows about, let me know. That would be a good convenience. Never found that. Okay, am I all cleaned up here? Is this good? Now, am I satisfied with this gimpy eye, or do I want to fix it? Gimpy eye is a little bit funny. Is it funny enough? I'm not quite sure. Let's just suppose I take it out. So, Peter C. Block writes, I think you might be able to do that there. You're picking the range with the picker on the little viewer. Maybe you can go down to a few pixels. Well, another problem that I have is that I'm using an older version of Photoshop. So these things don't always make sense in the older version of Photoshop. Is that better? Starting to think that maybe it's better. I like for eyes to not match. It looks a little more sophisticated when things are not always symmetrical. So the not matching is good. All right. So here it is. This is the finished art for the cartoon. Now, the next question is, am I pleased enough with this in line art form that I'll go with the line art for the black and white without adding grayscale? And I'm thinking that maybe I will. You know, there's something elegant about line art when you don't use grayscale. Kind of like the difference between a sailboat and a powerboat. Not a lot of cartoonists draw inline art for their finish. Sometimes I'll find that I'll do a nice line art like this and I'll think it's good and I'll put it up for the black and white version of the cartoon, and then the newspapers, rather than using that, they'll take the color version, turn it into grayscale and print that, which is probably not going to be as elegant as the black and white, and very frustrating to me that they choose to do that. Excuse me. So thank you folks for hanging out here with me. 36 of you. That's pretty nice. Out West Matt, why not send both versions to editors? Well, I put up a black and white version and a color version of each cartoon. And typically I'll do some grayscale in the black and white version, but if I'm happy with the line art, like I think I am with this one, I prefer that they print the line art to the grayscale. If I post a grayscale, they'll print the grayscale. And some of them are not going to like the line art, and you're going to grayscale out the color one that I give them. And I don't have any choice about that, because that's just what they like to do. But I often like the line art better. As in this case, I think the line art is better than adding some grayscale to it. All right. That's just about done. I have, on a couple of occasions, posted both line art, posted 3 versions, line art, color, and gray. And that just gets the line art ignored. That's not worth doing, because they just don't go with the line art. Oops. I could keep fiddling with this, and I'm not necessarily improving it anymore. So I should quit and just go to finish. oversee productions rights. I love line art. However, I'm not even good at shading, so I always mess up the line art whenever I try. Well, I'm sorry. But line art is nice. And people should appreciate it more. It's that sailboat compared to the powerboat. I think I'm overworking now. I'll stop futzing. This is done. Save. Okay, now I need to prep this for color. Super Bowl time. Is it Super Bowl time now? 3 o'clock? Goodness. You know, this needs a little bit of, oops. Oops. There, that's better. Pre-game show. Oh my. I'm not much of a football fan. I might watch the Super Bowl halftime show and the show that just shows the commercials. Okay. I live in the Los Angeles media area, so we don't have a football team here. Which, to my way of thinking, was a bit civilized, although it looks like we're getting the St. Louis Rams, the LA Rams, come back. About which I do not care. I'm just being too fastidious now. Some of this is just not really necessary. Okay, so what I will do here is... Oh, and thank you, Doc Marty's, my last follower. I appreciate that. All right, let's make this CMYK. We'll save as. CMYK. I'm going to move it down to 400 DPI. Alright, let's check out. Oh, let's give it a bunch of layers. Unlock that, move that up to the top. Now this black is going to be 100%. Oh, that's kind of nice. The modus CMYK is the black showing up as 100% black. It is not, so let's select all and select the color range. We will make this 100% black. I'm gonna take it out and fill with 100% black, because sometimes darn Photoshop likes to give me trouble and doesn't want to fill with 100% black. But today it did. Not giving me trouble at all. So let's select the inverse. And we'll delete the white. Down here at the bottom, I will fill with white. Make sure the white is 0, 0, 0, which it is. So let's fill. Okay, that's looking good. And we will now bring the size down to 400 dpi. Which is where I'm going to color it. It seems to want to lose connection to my keyboard here. Wait for this to stop spinning while it thinks. Thank you again to everybody who's watching, and if you would, please follow me, because I need more followers. I do appreciate the following. Okay, here we are. So what colors do I want to make this? It lends itself to wanting to be a different color for each of these rooms. Okay. All right, I'm just going to throw some colors in. It's not much of a commitment. Oh, one important thing to remember is that on my top layer, the black layer, I need to make that multiply, because the idea is that you want all of your colors under the black layer, so that you're not leaving blank spaces under your black lines. Black lines are just 100K on the K channel on top of the colors. Oh, Camelod, thank you so much for following. I appreciate that. So let's go with kind of a warm yellow over here for the elephant's bathroom. Ginger and Juice writes, I played football most of my life, 27 now, and coached for 5 years, and even I don't really care about the SB anymore. Funky Monkey writes, how does it feel knowing that your cartoons may be published in future history books for students to learn about past politics? I tell you, some of my biggest customers are textbooks, because George W. Bush, you gotta love him, he did this No Child Left Behind thing, so the kids in 8th and 11th grades take their social studies AP exam, and required on the exam in every one of the 50 states is the interpretation of an editorial cartoon. So these testing services by our cartoons in the textbooks put cartoons in the textbooks because the teachers teach to the test. So, wonderful new customer for us. All the terrible things I've drawn about President Bush, and he forces kids to do editorial cartoons for their homework. Number one email I get is, "Dear Mr. Cagle, please explain the cartoon to me. My paper is due tomorrow." But lots of great textbook subscribers. Textbook customers buying pay-per-use. 40 and 10. How's that look? I'm going to make her... Should I make it blue background over here or gray? You know, they argue for gray, huh? Alright, let's do that. Let's make the gray cool gray. Yes, watching Twitch helps you with your homework. I can see how some high school teachers of both art or social studies could require kids to watch a Twitch stream sometime of the editorial cartoonist. I do have a lot of kids doing their homework. Let's say 20. What's that look like? Oh, it's not bad. So, give her... Try 16. Let's see what this looks like. That's better, more gray than blue, isn't it? Okay. Now, I've made these sponge textures that I like. I made from an actual sponge. I am somewhat tempted to get new Photoshop because I'd like to use their brushes. Oops. And do more watercolory looking color. But I think this sponge texture really is just about all the texture I typically need in my cartoons. Waytunes writes, "The passive white noise, your deep voice, the nature of your stream being slow, deliberate, and methodical makes for a very good background noise to relax to." Well, very good. The passive white noise, you know, that passive white noise is the fan in my computer. Which probably turns off a little bit each time I stop talking and the threshold kicks in. Alright, let's have a little bit of white noise in the drawing. So I'll go up here to white. Bump up the brush size to that. Opacity to that. Let's put a little white background in here, huh? Opacity 80. I'm just going to break up the edges. Break up the edges down here too so that there's a little bit of texture going on. And then let's give her a little bit of gray texture down here. Yeah, that's better. This is kind of nasty over there. That's the Flint part, huh? Could give it a little bit of blue. Just a tiny little kick of blue. No, that was terrible. Let's step backwards on that. That was fine with the gray, wasn't it? Okay, a little bit of Brown on the ground wouldn't hurt. Alrighty. So thank you again, Waytoons. I appreciate it. You're following. Okay. Well, I know the toilet needs to be white. So let's go do that. Then I'll come back and adjust that. Give it a little bit of crud on it so that it's not quite so blindingly clean. And the pipes. Need to be 25. All right, let's make them 25. Bump this up a little. There we go. Tom Brady got booed. Oh. I rarely draw cartoons about sports, but there were a heck of a lot of Inflategate Tom Brady cartoons. I think I drew one. Sometimes the story just becomes so loud you gotta draw sports. Alright, there's the little pipe. And let's give it a little bit darker going on. Here's a little darker, some darker there. Soften it up a little bit smaller. Okay, that's about all the detail I need on the pipe. We get a little bit darker over here. Oops. Oops, that was too dark. Why did that happen? Oops, keep doing the same thing. There, that's a help. And I can put in a bit of lighter. Do some details on the toilet seat. Oops, that was too dark. Opacity lighter. Okay. Oh, little lady, you just followed. Thank you very much. Okay, let's give the rat some color. Funky Monkey writes, are you just doing this by mouse right now? No, I've got my Wacom stylus. I'm drawing on the Wacom tablet. Darkening up the mouse. The rat. Give him a fleshy tail. And a fleshy ear. There he is. We can use some white eyes. About all the rat needs, I think. Okay. Funky Monkey writes, I don't get how they work. How can you draw on a black tablet and know where you are on the screen? Alright. Here. Oh, let me twist the camera around and I will show you. This is my look down at the drawing table camera that I'm readjusting here. See if that gives you a view of the drawing area. Let's give that a try. Okay, here we are. This is my drawing area, okay? This is right in front of me, so you can see my whole messy studio. And this here is the Wacom tablet right in front of me, and my keyboard. And this is how I draw on the Wacom tablet with my stylus. This is my microphone, which is right in front of my head. So here you get a full studio view. And I think we've probably had enough of that. So, just for perspective, that's where we are. Okay, a little bit of... with 15, 66, 80. That's a good color for water from Flint, huh? Water from Flint is pretty nasty stuff. Yeah, I use a Cintiq tablet. The Cintiq tablet is the one with the screen. And I find that I need that. I'm not good for drawing on the blind black tablet. Gotta see what you're doing. See where I am. Alright, yeah, that water looks pretty nasty. Okay, little black girl. What shall your flesh tone be? Oversea Productions writes, the black tablets work the same way, but you don't have a picture to guide you. Basically, it represents the screen, so you can put your pen in the bottom right corner, and the cursor will appear in the bottom right. It takes some getting used to, but once you get used to it, it's not that hard. Well, I tried it and didn't like it. I can't imagine doing anything without the Cintiq anymore. Or doing any coloring without the Cintiq. People wonder why I don't do my drawings on the Cintiq. Why am I spending all that time doing the pencil when I could just draw it on the Cintiq? The Cintiq being the Wacom monitor here. And I find that it changes the nature of my drawings. I noticed that in other cartoonists who switch to Cintiq, they do it to save time, and then they get a pretty, I'd say, strong change in the way that their art looks. It looks hurried, and you lose the nice line quality because they don't focus on they'll use kind of a standard width line, or they'll draw in a standard width kind of way on the Wacom tablet, and it looks flat and hurried, and not a look that I would prefer. Also, I like having original art. I think you give up a lot to not have original art anymore. I want to keep my original art. Kyle2213, thank you so much for following me. I appreciate that. Oversea Production says he prefers paper and pencil as well. Good. This is all good. Alright, let's give her some hair color. How about that? How's that look for her? No. Bump up our opacity again for her hair. See how this looks. That's not bad. I can't make it too black or I'll lose my my line quality on top of it. But that looks okay. A little bit darker for some shade. That's good. Let's give her pink ribbon. And again, thank you everybody for being here. I appreciate it. And please do follow. I'm going to be live streaming all my editorial cartoons from now on. I may do some advertising work once in a while. I think I'll stream that too, if the client doesn't object. I did a album cover for my rocker son the other day that you can see in the Twitch stream. Hasn't been deleted yet. Twitch should commit to not deleting streams. I think the deleting is not good. Nice to have a full record of everything. She's a little cutie. Okay. Give her a pink shirt as well. Cagle writes, you can export your streams when they finish onto YouTube, so they'll be uploaded pretty much indefinitely. Yeah, I'm simulcasting to YouTube, which puts them up there automatically. So I think that we've got good copies of everything on YouTube. Although I haven't been using the Twitch tools to put them there, I've just been broadcasting to both. I don't think we get many people watching on YouTube, as I've been promoting the Twitch stream rather than the YouTube. Let me just check. Lots of people busily drawing on Twitch Creative. Nope, people are not watching on YouTube. They just watch on Twitch. I may give up on the YouTube and do that copying everything over thing. Give her a pink shirt. Pink is sweet. I didn't put her in a dress, so go with the pink shirt. Put her in a dress in my rough sketch. Okay. Butterscotch Cookie, thank you so much for following. I appreciate it. Super Bowl. I have a hard time getting excited about the Super Bowl. Let's give her a little bit of white texture. That's better. That helped. She needed that. Lady Gaga just finished the national anthem and the Blue Angels just flew over. Oh, that's very exciting. You know, time was when I'd be drawing here at home quietly without anybody watching. I would have the Super Bowl on, but having the TV on is a distraction. Going with the gray tennis shoes here. Let's give them a bit of detail. Okay, I think she's looking okay. Oh, we need the color in this drip area, don't we? Otherwise, it is not right. Okay. Let's give the elephant a color. Boy, I've been coloring on this for an hour already. Takes time to color. Lovestick writes, I'm gonna try again. Hey man, what hardware do you use to draw? I use blue pencil, which wants to drop out with color chroma key. I use a yellow pencil that's got a pink eraser on the end, and I color on my Wacom Cintiq 22-inch. We'll bump him up a little bit. Give him some elephant flesh tone, which I think should probably be 2020. Make him purple. I like the elephant flesh tone to be purple. So bump up the capacity. Let's make him 100%. And that looks like a good thing, so I'll get the edges here. Is that too dark? Yeah, that's too dark. Light him up that much. That's a good elephant flesh tone, huh? About 17 and 17. Magenta and cyan. Let me draw these around. I don't do any paint bucket fills because I want all the color to be underneath the black lines. Love Stick, be sure to follow me. I need the follows. Thank you, Love Stick. I appreciate the follow. Again, if you're just joining here, thank you, Love Stick. This is a cartoon about the Flint, Michigan water thing. And the idea of the cartoon is I've got the Republican elephant who represents the Rick Snyder administration in Michigan, being Republican, pooping for the Flint water, and that is to lay blame at the hands of the Republicans who appointed this terrible city manager that ignored all the reality of the situation, ignored all the warnings, was indifferent to the suffering of the people of Flint, at the same time that the governor of Michigan seems to be wanting to lay the blame on the Obama administration and the EPA. So this is political in the sense that I am laying the blame with the Republicans. Okay, Funky Monkey? You got it? Republicans who took over bankrupt Flint, ran it from the state level, and made the terrible decisions to run it into the ground and do such terrible damage to the children of Flint who have lead poisoning now. Thunderstorm 85, nice to see you here. Please do follow me. Funky Monkey writes, what is Flint? Flint is a city in Michigan that is mostly minority, mostly black, and in which the children have been poisoned by the bad water supply, which was brought upon them by indifferent and disinterested politicians who took over the city when the city went bankrupt, leading to a much larger disaster than the initial bankruptcy of the city. So it's a terrible situation. Thank you for posting that, T-Guile. So why should I draw this editorial cartoon? It is because I blame the Skinflint Republican administration in Michigan for the terrible things they have done to Flint in the name of being cheap. Okay. Now I need to do a little bit of modeling on this pachyderm. Put that there. So in Britain, you don't get the Flint, Michigan news. Flint, Michigan is quite the big story here. Thousands of kids with lead poisoning that will retard their development. Terrible, terrible situation. The poor city is just devastated. Devastated by poor government. Okay, well, you want more of the story? More of the story is that Flint went bankrupt after years of losing business and neglect as it used to be a major auto manufacturing hub. Made famous in a Michael Moore movie called Roger and Me. It was his hometown. It was his first big liberal documentary. So as the town has declined, it went bankrupt and was taken over by the state. Funky Monkey, this is worse than the school shootings. This is thousands and thousands of poor little kids that are poisoned by the city water and will have brain damage and learning disabilities for the rest of their lives because of the indifference and poor management of public officials who wanted to save a few bucks on the water supply and ran water through the city system from the polluted river. It is truly a terrible story. Anyway, Hillary Clinton is going to visit Flint, and so there should be a few more Flint stories happening. Maybe you'll get a little bit of it in the UK as Hillary goes there. I take it Hillary is news in the UK. I'm going to need to fix just a little bit of a hickey that I missed up here. That's a hickey from where I didn't get the scans to line up quite correctly. Oversee productions rights. The only part of American politics we get over here is the presidential election. Well, plenty of politics over here. Okay, I'll give him some brown eyes. Oops. I'm on the wrong layer. Let's step backwards and go down here. some white on the daisy leaves. A bit of orange. Okay. So what color should his shirt be? I need to deal with the edge of that wall, don't I? This coloring's turning out to be a long-winded affair. Okay, the edge of it probably just needs to be gray, huh? Let's try that. So, Dennis Doc, thank you so much for following. I appreciate it. I do need the follows. Okay, I'm going with gray here. This is this is a CMY kind of gray, which is good. That makes the black lines pop on it. So good. Is it too similar to the pipe? It is similar to the pipe. Give it a little bit of texture when I've laid this in. All right. Let's give it a little bit of brown here and there. Because it's a little nasty. Gives it a bit of a different color. I think I want a little bit of white breaking up the toilet. So, Dennis Doc, thank you again. I do appreciate the follow. Okay. A little bit, well, let's just do his pants. I know I need to do his pants. And they should probably be blue jeans, huh? That picking a color for the pants is something I want to not draw a whole lot of attention to, so I picked a color that looks like it will not draw too much attention. This blue jeans gray denim color. to look right, but not draw your eye to it. Oh, I've got a couple comments on YouTube. I've been looking. Barry Edwards writes, just tuned in, love the concept. Thank you, Barry. You want to talk more in chat? There's more people chatting on Twitch. So thank you for tuning in. Go to twitch.tv/Daryl Cagle and see the Twitch feed. Because I'm afraid YouTube just tends to get lost in the shuffle. Okay, I think that's working. He needs some shoe color. "45 people followed today. That's great. Thank you, folks." Give him a little bit of white texture on the blue jeans. Blue jeans need a bit of texture. Give him a little bit of white flesh tones too. See if I like this. Did I draw anything else on that layer? No. So no comments, folks? You sitting quietly? Okay, did that give him a little bit more volume? I think we're good. Oh, Nikki, thank you so much for following. I do appreciate that. I'm going to have to decide on the shirt color in a minute. That's something I've been putting off. So my apologies for that. All right. Funky Monkey writes, "How did you learn to Photoshop and what tips would you give?" You know, when I go to Comic-Con, I always go to look at the comic book coloring artists. They always give a seminar. They show how they do everything. and they are really good. And they're much more fastidious about this than I am. They use the masks all the time, and they label all of their layers very carefully. And I'm not too good at that. That's too dark. Lighten that up just a little bit. Anyway, I just learned it over time, doing it myself the way I'm comfortable with. Big thing to learn is the process of getting the color right for reproduction, which I described to you on all of my coloring videos, and I described earlier in this stream about putting the black 100% K line art on the top layer, choosing multiply so the colors run underneath it, and saving a CMYK so that it stands up better to poor registration in newspapers. Okay, let's try some of this. I'm going to try a little texture on the floor and walls. See if I like it. Ooh, that was too much. Lighten that down and soften it up. Okay, can use a little bit of grit, huh? Just a little bit of grit. Try that. Alright, I've got to do the t-shirt, and I'm wondering if I should do it really strong, like give him an orange t-shirt, because I am making the point that he's Michigan, and I hate to have that lost. So let's step back for a second, see what we got here. Yeah, I think he's gonna get an orange, a bright orange t-shirt. To draw attention to the fact that that is Michigan. Could make it white, then it would be less noticeable. These choices are compromises. Red t-shirt? Oh boy, if that was red, that would just dominate the whole thing. You'd see nothing but the t-shirt. Let's go with 25, 80, 0. Stars on his shoulders. You do have a British sensibility about us Americans. Alright, yeah. Opacity 100. Oops. Let's hark that up. I'm actually getting through this drawing a little faster than I thought I would. Been working on it since noon, so I'm into my 4th hour. I thought it would take me till 5:30, but I think I'm going to finish it pretty soon. Remember, the gag is the girl at the right drinking the water, so I do want the eye to be drawn to the gag. Okay, let's give this a little bit of shade. It's going to need a little bit of white texture on there. So let's do that new layer in case I don't like it. Put a little orange in there too. Witty Kenneth writes, Daryl, sometime you might take on the forest fire tax in California. Those in Los Padres Forest must pay this additional fee. I get that at my house here in Santa Barbara. $150 a year for forest fire fee added on to my well, no, it's a separate fee. It comes from the BOE with a separate bill. It's not really added on to anything. I don't resent that. The house is in a fire area, and $150 seems like a small price to pay. Now, the next question is, am I finished? Is this what I want the cartoon to look like? Witty Kenneth writes, just say a COAD presentation on the Valley Fire that demolished Middletown, California. This say is just saw. Well, you know, Santa Barbara is a pretty fire-prone place, and I've had fire dancing all around here. And I'm in my house, which burned down in fire in 1977 when I was in college. And quite the history of fire here. And I want them to devote more resources to fire prevention. I'll tell you one thing that I don't understand is why the heck we don't have more goats. Because if they just bought a bunch of goats and put them up in the woods, they would eat all of this brush. I like goats. I suppose they'd have to put water out for them. But aside from that, why the hell don't we have more goats? Okay. Oh, am I done? Is the next question. I think I might be done. I think I'm finished with this guy. Huh? Denver touchdown. Let's give her a little more color in her shading in her pants. Oops. Wrong layer. Okay, am I done? Am I done? Am I done? I think I'm done. The trousers, not pants. All right. Are you going to draw something else now or go offline? I think I'm just going to save this one. I'm going to do the black and white version for a few minutes. The reason for that is goats will eat the soil level and then cause erosion, although I would suggest mulching the soil. So they pull the roots out of the ground. I like goats. Okay, Michigan and Flint. I think this is going to be good. So I'm going to save, and let's save a copy to my final file. I'm going to send this out to newspapers this afternoon as well. This is going to be a big file, so I'll save it as a 9 quality JPEG, and I think that will get it below my 3.5 megabytes that is my size limit. 1091. This is the 1091st drawing that I've done since I started the naming convention of doing things with numbers, so it doesn't really mean anything. And that was how big? 2.9 megabyte. That's fine. Oops, don't do that. Cancel. Alright, now I need to see how this looks in black and white because I have to make a black and white version. So let's save as gray. Okay. Now I'll take a look at it in gray, and very often I am unhappy with what I see. Don't merge. Okay. Yeah, the elephant's too dark and I've lost the background texture in his bathroom, haven't I? So this is going to take a little bit more work to make the gray version work. So let's go up here. We'll lighten up the elephant. not unusual for me to have to come back in and do this stuff. So we will lighten him up. Alright, he's looking a little bit better. He needed that lightening up. He needs that, and now we need some more stuff going on in the background because I lost that when I lost the color. So let's go to some gray. Bump up my diameter a little bit. Opacity can be 20. Needed some of this background stuff when I lost my yellow of his bathroom. Well, it needed that. Let's see, does it need anything else to make it work in black and white? At the beginning I was saying I wasn't going to do a black and white version. I was just going to go with the line art, but I know the editors are going to prefer the black and white. Not much you can do about it. The editors are going to prefer the gray tone. It's just what they do. They always prefer the gray tone. There's no getting around it. So rather than fight them and have them pick that inelegant grayscale version of the color cartoon. Monkey writes, where are you living at the moment? Right now I'm in Santa Barbara, California. You know, I live between Santa Barbara and Nashville, Tennessee. So sometimes I'm there. But today I'm in beautiful Santa Barbara where it's 80 degrees today. Am I done? You live with any of your family? Remember you saying your wife back in Tennessee because of her job. My son Michael is here. In fact, he is a rocker, and you can see the album cover that I did for him in a live stream just a few days ago. I think it's still up on Twitch, but it's certainly up on YouTube, and it's up on darylcagle.com. So go check out my punk rock album cover that I did for my son. Alright, I think that's looking okay. That's where I am with this. Yeah, I had to do the grayscale. Otherwise, everyone will complain. So let's save as. Oh, I've gotten that alright. Save. Flatten. You get many people noticing you in public, writes Funky Monkey. No! You know, this is unusual for anybody to see my face. And editorial cartoonists are anonymous kind of guys. (1091B). Flint gray. Let's try that again. Save as. See what size that is. 2.6. That's okay. I'm going to go back to my color one. Suppose it's because you know the name but not the face. Actually, you ask somebody to name an editorial cartoonist, they can't do it. They don't know the name either. Cartoons tend to be fungible. Like wheat. You buy wheat from this farm, buy wheat from that farm, doesn't matter, it's just wheat. Okay, I'm going to try flattening this one. Save as CMYK. See how big that one turns out to be. We have this 3.5 meg file size limit because 6.2. Try saving that as a JPEG 10. Save as JPEG 10. See what I come up with. Got to get my size down below 3.5 megs. And that's 3.5 megs as a JPEG 10, so I think that's looking okay. So I am done. So folks, that's it. Oh, Im Garcia just followed me. Thank you so much. And thank you Silent Concert and Crazy Nido, who followed while I was focused on this drawing and not quite finished. That is my cartoon that will go out to newspapers tonight, and the editors are going to see it when they come into work tomorrow on Monday, and they may put it in their Tuesday paper, or they may hold it for even longer. You never know what they're going to do. It just gets thrown into the mix. Anyway, thank you to everyone for watching, and please do, if you haven't followed me yet, please do follow. I really appreciate the follows. And I'll probably be doing another cartoon on Tuesday. Ever read the S.A. Politoon thread? I don't know the S.A. Politoon thread, but if you want to send me a link or something, I'll take a look. The S.A. Politoon thread. Oh, and Honey, thank you for following. I do appreciate it. Okay, so that's going to be it for me today. You have seen this cartoon from concept to finish, and I am all done. So I'd say join me again on Tuesday. Keep a look at my Twitch TV page, and I'll announce the next feed, but it'll probably be all Tuesday afternoon that I'll be drawing. And pretty soon I'm gonna start putting up a schedule of when everything is scheduled for going forward. It's just I've resisted doing that because it imposes on my lifestyle. Maybe I want to take a nap, and I got to get past that because it's a new age when I must do the live feeds. So okay, everybody, thank you so much, and come join me next time. Recommend me to your friends. Thank you so much for all of your follows today. Thank you.